First attack.
Singer Protocol, I'm Tom, hobbyist game developer slash VTuber, and I need to be working today. I need to be doing something. What did I do? I don't know. I hit one of my hotkeys. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Yes. So, as I've been kind of alluding to, I've been like super distracted the last few days. I actually forgot that I actually had an appointment yesterday that I needed to do. So I had to go to that, and that sort of like broke my rhythm a little bit. And then whilst I was at that appointment, I was doing stuff.
Headpats incoming.
Yeah. Give your headpats. I was wondering what happened to music. I think the music is just, this track is quiet. You know what I should do? I could just turn this track itself up, I think. There we go. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Yeah. Oh, and there's a ham. Yes, I was doing writing things, robot lesbian things. You know, funnily enough, it's like apparently today, June 25th, is Yuri Day. I actually haven't done the research on why it is Yuri Day, but it is Yuri Day, which is unfortunate because I spent the past like 5 days writing Yuri, and now I can't write Yuri today. Discuss that in Chiligram. You have muted because you hate us. I'll go look at Chiligram and see if that's in there. Never mind, for some reason, I'm not seeing it in Chiligram. So sick of seeing Colfine. So the fuck has Taurus curve? Oh, you're talking about Girls Frontline stuff. Right, okay. I do not know Girls Frontline stuff. You should know this by now. Well, there's the thing about Yuri Day. Well, okay, you guys didn't fucking discuss it. One person said happy June 25th, and then everybody made faces. There's no discussion here. I found it, though. Oh, there's a ham. Yeah. Thank you, Red Pots. Is a discussion in a group chat full of gay people. Look, they're not discussing it, they're just reacting. I was saying, like, you know, oh, I haven't done the research on why exactly it's the Yuri Day. And then you said that, implying that there was discussion on why it's Yuri Day. Oh my gosh, you're ridiculous. Yeah, as I was saying, I got distracted. I was going to talk about something. Oh yeah, it's funny that Amy keeps talking about Girls Frontline now because, you know, we have a enemy faction in this game called Grunts for Less. And so every time that I shorten it to the acronym, it's G4L. And that's different from GFL, granted, which is what people usually abbreviate Girls Frontline to. But my brain will still just read randomly G4L as GFL, which always, like, bugs me a little. I do remember that being, like, a recent thing, too, because... Actually, I think I don't remember where it's at. It's in the Grunts 3D file. Actually, if I pull a character model Milsim one. We have G4L Milsim helmet, G4L Milsim plate carrier, G4L minion body. So that's where I've been putting G4Ls into. And then sometimes I'll read G4L and be like, yes, the game that Amy's playing, Girls Frontline. That's what that stands for. And then I correct myself, like, the fuck am I talking about? Which I do still need to do something to get this guy into the video game. GC for Evil Woman on Pride Month. Group chat for Evil Woman on Pride Month. Those are some Evil Woman. It's pretty good. Hang on, is that character is she holding the fucking Zip 22? Is that the fucking Zip 22? Unless I'm mistaken. No? There's a blue-haired character. Oh, it's the Taurus Curve. Oh, okay. Got it. Right. I forgot that gun is a fucking thing. Taurus Curve. That sure fucking is. I love how the first link Google gives me is an article titled The Taurus Curve. What were they thinking? I love that that's the first fucking article I get of it. Welcome to K-Ton Dev Stream, where the first 45 minutes is just us blabbing, especially with how distracted I am lately. What were they thinking? It sucks. Real. But yeah, so... Yeah, as I was saying, like yesterday, I realized I had a bit of an appointment to go to. Nothing serious. In fact, it was not anything, like, it was a haircut, actually. But, whilst I was waiting, because, you know, it wasn't just me getting my haircut that day, I, opened up my phone and started working on writing stuff. And now my brain has been stuck in writing zone, and it sucks because it's like, it's supposed to be Yuri Day, but I need to get work done, and I'm already super late. I was supposed to be starting stream 2 fucking hours ago, and I did not. I am only just now actually getting into things. But, just as for what we're supposed to be doing, now see, yesterday I was supposed to be doing some important research, and unfortunately I did not get that research done. So I still have some stuff to figure out in terms of how I'm doing level generation. I mostly want to figure out how most devs are implementing, I believe...
Oh, now would you look at all those blocks?
Blocks. Good one. I feel like there's definitely a way that devs are usually using wave function collapse stuff, and I want to kind of look into that to figure out how that works and all of that, and how I want to be implementing it into the game, and that will hopefully inform how I design the level or the room generator for the game. For when you actually start going about designing things. So, bring that back up. YouTube chat got hidden there for a sec. Yep. So, with that being said, as such, we're probably going to be not working on anything super exciting today. I have a couple of things I do want to work on. So I've had this concept for a weapon model manager, which, oh my goodness, they've updated Trello, and it's going to be annoying at me now. Where's my checklists? Oh, I don't think that I had a checklist. That makes sense. Okay, that didn't have a checklist. But, actually, by the way... Oh, that's right, those aren't, thing. Okay, so... What I wanted to do with Weapon Model Manager is that... Essentially, I wanted to make it a little bit easier to actually get everything prefabized. So there's a specific kind of concept that I wanted to set up, and then that concept will actually make it way easier to make prefabs for all the different weapons, including their item forms. And that is because right now the way that things work is that this item _ legendary sniper Ellie is a prefab variant. I do select asset. This is a variant, and I have to create a prefab variant for each of these weapons, and then reference these weapons in their weapon info component, their scriptable object, which is not entirely ideal. And also, like, the thing is that no matter what with this stuff, I probably am still going to need to set up models, or sorry, prefabs for each of the weapons, as in how that weapon is handled in the character's hands. The weapon pistol starter in here, for example. It's got a equipable weapon script and a weapon behavior generic ballistic script. These two kind of define how the gun acts. And then I also still need to add a bunch of other things. It's also got, let's see here. I didn't actually put anything on the muzzle point. But, muzzle point is still referenced within the component here. But what I wanted to do, basically, was right now we have this, and it's the, you know, the weapon model. This actually, in and of itself, is select asset. It is just the models package prefab slapped into there. And, granted, one other interesting thing I'm going to need to figure out. So if we add some stuff to this, and I want to create a prefab off of this, because I don't want to nest too many transforms on this, right? I'm curious as to how exactly that works. Can I make a prefab variant off of a static prefab? Because you cannot make changes to this prefab. Period. Point blank. Primary reason being, just the way in which, oh, I see, this is part of the weapon as a start, but with this muzzle point, it is kind of added to this weapon model. But I cannot muzzle point. Let's see here. I don't even get the option for it here. Normally, if it's a thing that's like added, you can. Oh yeah, add a game object. Sorry, You'll notice it does not let me apply prefab weapon pistol star aiming, and that is because it is a prefab generated by this model file, this FBX, that is imported into the project. I cannot modify this, which means I can't add components to it. Fairly certain. But I might still be able to make a variant of it. I'm actually curious. If I drag this here... Aha! It did actually make it a parent, or a variant. That might work then. Okay, so that works. That works then. So you can probably do that then. Okay. So create a variant of these. I wonder if I can still do that from here. I don't think I can. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Prefab variant. Aha, I can. So that works. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to create a centralized object that handles how this weapon is displayed in multiple contexts in order to keep the weapon consistent between the different contexts in which it is displayed in, without necessarily having to define those every single time. Doing this will make it so that instead of us having to have one prefab for every single weapon, as well as one prefab for every single weapon's dropped item form, as well as needing stuff in order to show that weapon in a shop, or show it in the upgrade animation, because I kind of wanted to do like a Ratchet and Clank-esque upgrade animation, which may or may not still be a thing. I might still, like, I might do that, but then also have an option in the menu to turn that animation off. I think it's a cool animation in Ratchet and Clank, but also I do feel like some people who are of a more modern, distinguished mindset might consider it to be somewhat disruptive. Even if I make it not too long type deal. We'll see. I can also like make it so that it waits until the end of a excuse me. Waits until the end of a encounter for it to actually level up. But then you wouldn't get that cool clutch moment where it reloads itself because of the upgrade in the middle of a fight. I think that's actually kind of cool to have. I think that would be kind of cool to have. And you can't get that if I make it wait until the end of an encounter. And again, it's like, then you're not getting, I feel like a lot of people, even if I made it so that, like, it waits until the end of the encounter to do all of its all of its upgrades. And even if I do make it smart, such that when it goes over the current level in XP, any XP it earns after that is still stored, and then it counts towards the next level. That's easy for me to do. In fact, I'm pretty sure the system's already set up to do that. However, I think a lot of players might still, like, look at that and be like, I'm losing XP type deal. So, having it upgrade immediately would probably be the preferable option. But essentially, that'd be the idea. And then, so instead of having to have a prefab, because, like, I will still have to capitulate and make it so that each weapon is probably still going to have its own one prefab for the object itself, for the weapon's behaviors. That needs to be kind of set up and serialized and configured all correctly. However, for the dropped items, for the item in the shop, for the upgrade animation, for all sorts of other situations in which I want it to be visible. I want there to be not only a consistent setup for it, but also not have to have a prefab for every single one. This does also mean that specifically prefabs, items, this does also mean that the item equipable weapon prefab is going to need the particle effects. This needs to be set up in a way that I can select which rarity this is, which should be fine. That should be easy, right? But basically, the idea would be that item equipable weapon would then be able to be generated at runtime rather than having to have a prefab for each single weapon, both in their equipable form and in their drop item form. It's Sacred Protocol New Joker 6. How are you doing? I am super bleh and distracted. And I didn't get the research I was supposed to do yesterday because I got distracted writing Robot Yuri for most of the day. I at least made sure that I had time to get my schedule done. I just didn't actually get any game dev stuff done because I was so distracted by Robot Yuri. And then it's fucked up. Today is apparently Yuri Day, June 25th. It's Yuri Day. And I can't write Yuri, at least for the next, 3 hours, whilst I'm making sure I get some work done and get some momentum on Toaster Gun, because that's the whole thing, is I need to work on it at least twice a week, for at least, 8 hours a week. That is kind of like my baseline requirement. And then that hopefully kind of allows me to push myself out into doing it more. I've just fallen behind these weeks because I've been distracted because I got back into writing and I've been writing a lot. But yeah, so as I was saying, essentially the idea is to have it so that we have centralized objects that define how weapons behave, how the weapon model behaves in their various things. Which actually, the fun thing about that is that we've talked before about how the way that item equipable weapon works is that if you're dropping a weapon that you've actually picked up before, that you've actually initialized, and then you drop that weapon's information is actually saved within the item equipable weapon. It'll actually attach the equipable weapon instance to this object, and then just disable it and have it hidden. And then when this item equipable weapon is then re-equipped, you pick it back up, it'll equip that existing instance rather than having to create a new one. And that way it's you can't just drop it and then pick it back up and now it's got full ammo and it's got the values on it changed or whatever. No, we want it to be able to save all those values, especially stuff like XP. That's important to keep the same. So that's how that will work. And again, as I was saying before, previously I was actually setting things up such that each one had their own prefab variant for each of the guns, but this is not only shitty design, but also it is something that will be easy to kind of replace with something that works a little bit better, with the concept of doing the centralized weapon model display thing. The weapon display component, I believe, is what I wanted to call it. I said here weapon model manager, but I think weapon display component makes the most sense. It's going to handle several things, as I kind of outlined in this description. I want it to handle animating weapons, moving parts. Essentially, because of the infrastructure of animating characters, I want weapons to be animated procedurally rather than. Granted, I might still have it be animated via other things. The thing is that with akimbo weapons, especially, trying to do animations with that is a nightmare. You change anything about the hierarchy of a animation, of a like animated skinned model, and Unity shits the bed. Your model will then just get thrown to World Origin, never to be seen again. That's kind of a problem. So that's kind of why I wanted to set up procedurally driven animations, which is going to be kind of annoying to do, but I have generally a good reason to do so, and I have enough confidence to say that I can do it. I do want to. Yeah. Hi, Benitez. Senior Protocol. How are you doing? Yeah. Good morning. I do want to do the procedural components in a way that it is reusable. I feel like H3 has something similar to what I'm thinking of, where like bolt action weapons should all have kind of a general bolt action behavior that I can then kind of replicate onto other weapons, and all I have to do is just change tweak a couple of values, set a couple of different transform references, and it'll go click, click, and then it'll work correctly. That's kind of what I want to do. And then the second thing I wanted to do is handle weapon material and display effects. I wanted to have some like shader effects and stuff on the weapon. One of those being like a muzzle flash, which is going to be an interesting thing. I have to still figure out how that's going to work. I have a general idea of what I'm going to end up doing. It's going to be like a very, very rudimentary manual pixel lighting kind of function. But another thing I want to do is that when you reforge a weapon, I wanted to have a little bit of an effect on the weapon. I was thinking potentially a like Minecraft enchantment glint type effect on it when you reforge it. And what would be cool is if you drop a weapon that's been reforged, the dropped item should also have the reforged glint on it. That would make sense. And then also potentially additional particle effects on weapons equipped with legendary pop-up. Legendary pop-up, I was gonna say. Does that make sense? The weapon display component would also handle placement of akimbo weapons. So, essentially, an akimbo weapon means that there are two guns, right? And then when the weapon is on the ground, I want those two guns to be placed in a certain orientation from each other. You know, think like the dualies in Counter-Strike. When it's dropped on the floor, they're not just like side by side with each other exactly the way that the character holds them. No, they're like kind of next to each other, kind of laying on top of each other. I would want to do that with akimbo weapons in this game, and one way I could set that up is this weapon display component can say like, hey, in the case that we are displaying this on the floor or in the upgrade animation, I want to place the guns in this sort of orientation rather than the default orientation. Or I want to, like, you know, reparent this hand, or this part of the gun to the character's hand. And then when it's doing the display, like, I would reparent this to ourselves and then place it in this position. That's kind of the idea. Obviously, we'd also use these variants to designate muzzle transforms, handle changing display layer of meshes. Oh, that's right, for the graphics layer, so that we can use that for hiding it from different cameras or showing it on different cameras. That would be very important, especially for that upgrade animation. and designate rotation position of meshes in display contexts. That's like the big thing right there. Those are things. Yeah, senior protocol Benitez. I was talking earlier about how I was supposed to be doing more research yesterday on wave function collapse stuff, but then I've been distracted, and I've also been distracted today, thinking about robot Yuri stuff. And then it's Yuri Day today, and I'm supposed to be working and not writing Yuri. It's fucked up. I know. But Yuri is not paying the bills right now, unfortunately. Let's let me get more water. So I am gonna go ahead and get our C# project open. Granted, for the most part, I actually need to come over into Unity and start setting this up. So I think weapon display component is probably going to be the designation of the component that we want to make. Go into scripts, entities, and go into weapons, and set this up. We're going to create a mono behavior script. Weapon display. Excuse me. And also have... Now, the thing is that the procedural animations I want to have handled with a second component. It's called Weapon Display Handler, actually. It's going to be what we call it. Not necessarily Weapon Display Component, because Component is already a class on its own that mono behavior inherits from. Alright, we do want to move it to namespace, which is Toaster Gun. I am going to actually get up real quick so I can refill my water, so I will be right back. Yeah, I will also run like a ad break, and so everybody take a stretch break, maybe a bathroom break, and all of that. We will be back in a couple of minutes. So do stand by. And also, me running the ad break again kills pre-rolls, so people can jump into the stream without having to get assaulted by stupid gamer men trying to advertise bad video games. Splitgate 2. Okay, BRB. Yeah. Sorry for being away for a bit, but it's okay because now I have delicious, delicious water. Very important that I get delicious water. Okay, so weapon display handler. This is what we are working on today. So, I think there's also something else I wanted to discuss. I don't remember. But, so, the first thing that we are going to need, I'm trying to figure out. First thing we are going to need is probably just, like, obviously what we want is a center offset. That'll be essentially, you know, like, positioning a weapon such that it is, like, centered on the thing. Can also do, like, a hand offset. We can also have a secondary transform. Again, the big challenge is that if you modify a single piece of this hierarchy, then the skinned mesh renderer here, where is it? The skinned mesh renderer here just completely shits the bed. So what might end up being done is that, for akimbo weapons, I might just have to settle with having them both be separate skeletons, which is annoying, but is probably the best way of going about it. And it's just like saving one draw call versus having to figure out how the hell Unity is supposed to let me move part of a thing based on another model and not have it like lag behind. Because technically speaking, you could do like child constraints, but those will not perfectly follow all the time. Technically, you could do IKs, but I kind of want to avoid doing IKs for this game's animations, because I want to kind of control them all pretty clearly. I mean, I'm using IKs in Blender, but I don't necessarily want to use IKs in-game at runtime. But just trying to figure out how we're going to be going about that. I think I'm not entirely sure. It depends on how Blender would end up exporting those objects. Granted, if I go look at open recent, look at weapon pistol starter Katon, we'll save changes, and I don't think we've changed anything. Interestingly enough... Oh, I see what happened here. So, Archer Pistol B93R, it's parented as an object. And then it uses the armature skin. Which, by the way, get rid of the solidify on that, because we don't need that anymore. Surprised it was still sticking around. That's right. You know what else? Is that, the display thing needs to be able to handle the magazine. It needs to be able to, like, have the magazine as a separate object. Probably set something up such that it can disable one mesh in order to make the object be just the magazine. And then also, that is actually a big thing that should be. In fact, I'll go ahead and make sure that's in the Trello card. Yeah, we'll add that to the Trello card. Handle hiding the magazine or the or showing just the magazine in parentheses. That's definitely a thing that we want to do. So to that end, we may still potentially need, for example, we need to do, I think at the end of the day, akimbo weapons will still have, like, one magazine per. And also, I probably am going to be fudging how akimbo reloads work anyways. At which point those guys probably won't worry too much about how they work. But I could. Just because, like, having to parent akimbo magazines to both of the players' hands sounds like a fucking nightmare. But it might work. We'll see. But there may still be a possibility for a weapon. Excuse me. For a weapon to have multiple meshes. Possibly. I might avoid doing that, though. The thing is that, like, I needed multiple mesh references when I was doing the stuff for Jack Schmidt, where in Jack Schmidt I had it such that the weapons needed a list of indices to affect, specifically because... Actually, no, it wasn't necessarily... No, the way that I did it in Jack Schmidt was that it had one mesh reference, and then specifically it referenced the index of the materials within that mesh in order to affect the stuff that it was supposed to. And we may potentially need that here, but probably not. Not to think about it. For sure, I think we are going to try and we'll go on the assumption that weapons are always going to be one mesh for the main gun and one mesh for the magazine. So we will start out with serialized field. In fact, this is going to be a field serialized field. And then FIDE. There we go. Public. We'll go with, is skinned mesh render inherent from mesh render? I think I've run into a situation where that wasn't. It might actually be fine. I want to see. I go look up skinned Mesh renderer. Scan mesh renderer. Inherits from renderer, which means that mesh renderer does not inherit from this. Right. Yeah, out of curiosity, if we look at renderer, does this have, like, everything we need? So we got a list of materials, which is definitely something we need. We've got an enabled. We've got property blocks. Yeah, probably should be fine to use render instead of mesh render or skin mesh render. Call this main weapon renderer. Get in private set. Duplicate this to create magazine renderer. Those are two things that we need. Interestingly enough, let me actually take a look at you. The starter pistol kit. I look at rotate handle, and I'll look at this. So interestingly enough, so with this model, we have armature pistol B93R, that is right there. And then the model and the magazine are all three, or sorry, the armature, model, and magazine. Armature is root, the model and the magazine. Technically speaking, the root's actually over here. They're all side by side rather than the object being parented to it. Which is interesting. Especially because of the fact that, like, when we export it from Blender, they're supposed to be parented to the armature. That's interesting. You got the girls, frontline 2 Exilium. Man. Have fun with Stalker 2. You and your gotcha duties. Oh, Astra's the one who's on rerun right now? Huh. I know Yijuan is on, but I didn't pay attention to who they're rerunning. I don't think I've even looked at the announcement trailer for patch 2 or version 2.0 or whatever. I don't know, man. I looked at Yijuan's wiki page the other day, and she literally just does Scrungus damage. It is the damage type that only one character does, that nobody else does. Sorry, like, okay, probably like 2. Maybe the panda does. I didn't actually look at the panda. And nothing else buffs it, and nobody else benefits from anything to do with that mechanic. Yeah, they made up an entire fucking archetype to basically have spicy pen ratio. Ambient's spicy pen ratio. That's what it is. No, I guarantee that if you look at the values on the Shiyu enemies, they're gonna have like 9 bajillion defense, and you're supposed to use a character who has sheer force. That's exactly how it works. I didn't say it was necessarily exactly going to be like, oh, the thing buffs the strongest damage, but it usually is some sort of thing where the only real option for doing well at it is to use whatever strongest damage thing they implemented for that patch. For the 2 characters in that patch. That's my take on it, and I stick by it. Anyways, where was I? Yeah, so the interesting thing is that how would that work if I'm reparenting these to so I can't, in that case, I can't necessarily just move the one object of Armature Pistol B93R and then have everything move with it. Because again, whenever you like change anything about the transforms, from my experience, it has just absolutely shat the bed. At the same time, I feel like theoretically, if I just bring them all to all at the same time, it should work. I'm not entirely sure. And again, it kind of depends on how Unity wants to treat our akimbo weapons. I think that kind of is the dependency factor on that. That's the big thing that we need to figure out. I almost wonder if I should just like create an akimbo version of the 93R just to test how that would work. Kind of tempted to do that. I've decided I'm going to do that. Shift duplicate on the x-axis over here. We're going to quickly save as and call this akimbo testing. Come on, let me rename this akimbo right. And then you are going to be akimbo left. Actually, I do want to period there. Call this one Katon.right. Call this one .right.magazine. I'm going to go into the left akimbo and set all of these up. Yeah. Thank you for the lurk. So much for the tolerant left is the joke. He who funny joke. I will actually need to figure out how we're handling akimbo weapons from a function standpoint. I may actually have them be what's the word I'm looking for? I may set something up such that they do what's the word I'm looking for? Separate magazines in each one. And then have them be counted together whenever it's displaying the ammo. Or not. I might just have it be their standard thing where they just alternate and they just remember which alternation they've done. Is probably going to be how we end up doing it. That's probably going to be how we end up doing it for sure. It does also mean that weapons that are doing akimbo are going to need multiple muzzle points. Which is going to be interesting. Actually, I don't know if I've recently exported this. We should look at the bones here. Of course, it doesn't want to be. I did basically turn the muzzle points deform on, even though it's not deforming anything. I think that's because I gave up trying to use the muzzle point empty. Oh, I see, the muzzle's over in the other collection, that's why it's there. So, now we have 2 guns and 2 armatures. They're all in this collection. So I think the idea will be we export FBX. Yeah, we've got basically the file name we want. Weapon pistol starter Katon _ akimbo testing. We're gonna use our new Unity preset, active collection. It won't actually export that empty because we moved the empty out of there. Right, I'm going to export FBX. So we want to make sure Blender is done exporting that. We should do the wiggle check because usually when Unity is busy exporting an FBX and it's taking a while, Unity itself will freeze. So that's why I do the wiggle check. Close down some of these things. Maybe just the references. I just need to go to here. Thankfully, it was actually marked as a recent folder because of the Blender export, which is good. That's convenient. Right. I need to go to our models folder. Models, weapons, pistols. Might actually have specifically a folder for akimbos. I think akimbos is going to be its own genre. Especially because we have akimbo SMGs and akimbo pistols is the plan. And potentially also akimbo shotguns. Yeah, you know what? As much as we all complain very strongly about the existence of the dual reclaimers in Call of Duty, I think giving it a representation in Toaster Gun would be a funny thing to do. So I'm gonna pull this into here. So now I've got the weapon pistol starter kits on. Akimbo testing. Let's go find weapon pistol starter Katon. Fly. So now we've got that material applied on them. Awesome. Alright, we want to do probably bwegh conversion. Let me actually go pistols. Let me look at the other one. Yeah, bwegh conversion seems to be what we want. Interesting. I wonder if that's part of setting that up. We'll see. Yeah, we're gonna do that. So now we have a zeroed out rotation. Perfect. So let's drop this guy into the level. These guys, I should say. And yeah, it just has them all in the same spot. Now, what happens if I click Preserve Hierarchy? Nothing at all. It is still all kind of like this. Which is odd. Curious as if there's settings for this. Armature FBX node type. I wonder. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Blenders armatures. Null type unless you experience issues with the other app as other choices and may not import back perfectly into Blender. So that probably isn't. So what's going on over here? I'll move my phone over here so that the vibrations aren't bothering me. Let me actually see if I can do a quick Google. Unity mesh parented to armature. this is somebody who did the same ragdoll unfucker that I did in Jack Schmidt. But that's not answering my question. Wacky that doesn't quite work the way I want it to. And I'm not sure if that's, like, how it normally works. Do we do that? Let's try something. Let me unparent prefab, or not unparent, but unpack the prefab. That's what I want. And then we take the Akimbo left, and left magazine, and then we move it out into the world. So there they are, out here. And let's see. Oh, it's still moving around. Interesting. What if we only moved the armature out? That still works. Interesting. In fact, that still works. Really? What happens if I move this? Interesting. So the origin of the weapon stays the same? It's not necessarily changing its bounding box, though. Interesting. Very interesting. So if it's a skinned mesh renderer, it does not matter where the skin mesh render component is. Not even in a hierarchy. Unless there's something else going on. If I hit play, we come into here. Let's see. Can I still move? Oh! Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Let me play unfocused. Okay, so I need the game to be unpaused in order to see that happening. Okay. So then, if I go here and move the slide. Interesting. So in theory, I can just reparent the armature route and it would work. Even if I have the armature route disabled, it works. Skin mesh renderers are just fucking built different, clearly. Damn. Okay, okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Alright, alright. That simplifies several things. That simplifies 100 things, honestly. Holy shit. Actually? Actually. That simplifies multiple things. Okay. We will also do this. We're actually going to do a Kimbo weapon render. And Kimbo magazine render. So these are going to be optional. Okay, so these are all going to be definitions. I probably do also want to set up a button that lets me preview each of the positions. Or even a button that lets me set the positions. Yes! I actually need to do that. So I've gotten a cool idea. I was thinking before that the way I was going to end up doing this was that, like, you know, so let's look at one of these drop buttons. Yeah, this is the item starter for Pistol K-Ton, right? And the way that this is positioned, such that it's like rotated around the center. If we do the effect here, right, we'll see that the weapon has been centered, even though the weapon's actually kind of offset. And I've actually applied that offset to the base prefab root of the model. But we don't have to do that because we can actually just manipulate the transform of the armature. And because Unity skin mesh renderers are just fucking built different for some reason, we can just have this be the offset. And then from there, this center model, which this model, by the way, this is going to be where this new component's going to go, right? The, the weapon display handler component. You can tell that, like, hey, we want to put this gun at this kind of position. Yeah, Sacred Buckle, Phantom. How are you doing? I'm gonna put it at this sort of position. So these are they're the modified positions. And then, as it stands, when I do this, I check posture.
Reminder to maintain
I should
hydration
warm
levels.
there. I'm getting somewhere though. My brain is firing, and I've got ideas. Okay. So, like, generally speaking, the way that the armature is always going to be at 0, of the prefab. That's okay, Phantom. The armature is always going to be at 0, of the prefab because it is a root, and that's kind of how I have it designed in Blender. So generally speaking, whatever offset that we see on that armature, that's probably something that we put in manually. And what we could do is have a button on the inspector that we can click and say, like, set the offsets for displaying on the ground. And then set the offsets for displaying it in the shop. Or set the offsets for whatever. If you do that, and that'll work. Okay, this will be awesome. Alright, let's do a new one. So this is going to be a transform reference. The next reference that we need is main weapon root. And that's obviously going to be, for example, with the base, the K-Ton starter pistol, it'll be this, the armature pistol B93R object. It'll be a reference to that object. Technically a reference to the transform. We can also then have, a Kimbo weapon root. And then, so for example, with our other one, it would be, for example, that one. So we have the akimbo right root and the akimbo left root. And again, because skin mesh renders are just built different, we just have that wherever. And that works. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those for now. It has served its purpose in helping us figure out how akimbo weapons work. Probably have a, like, static default way that we display an akimbo weapon when we kind of have, like, a failsafe that we need to come back to. For example, in the case of us wanting to have the akimbo weapon root parented to us, but not fully into the player's hand because we're at a point where we don't have the player animated, like right now. Have just like a general position that we'll put the second weapon at, and it'll just be like a static offset in the X direction. It'll just be like it'll just like add 0.1x to it, would be how we do it. If it's, I can't remember, Unity is right-handed, so that means it would be negative X offset, essentially, because the main gun should be the right one. And so the left gun is the akimbo one. That one's going to be the one that gets the offset. We can also specifically set up, because we probably want them to be, like, a little bit to the side, maybe? So we'll probably want that as well. So, we have the references to the renderers. We have the transform references. Let's set up some stuff. We are, in fact, actually going to need a couple more transform references. Specifically, we want main muzzle point. And of course, akimbo muzzle point. And yes, the weapon display handler is going to end up pulling duty for akimbo weapons, even though not every weapon is an akimbo weapon. And that's mostly just to keep it easier to serialize within Unity. I know this is a sin of object-oriented programming, but we're doing it anyways because it makes the most sense for this situation. Yeah, so now we reference the main muzzle point and akimbo muzzle point, and that's going to be very useful for building weapons. We can actually have weapons reference the weapon display handler object rather than me having to set these up myself. That'll allow us to say, you know, attach the special muzzle root object to the weapon. And change it between weapons whenever we're switching weapons. Which that allows us to do stuff like, for example, have sound effects that brain fart. Clearing the fart out of my brain. Sound effects that play from the point of perspective of the weapon. And then have it so that when we switch weapons, it still plays that sound without it, like, stopping suddenly. Which, granted, actually, the thing is that we actually have it handled differently here. Because I think I did switch it over to using the disposables. I think sounds will track behind us. Keyword think. Also, wow, it is coming down hard outside there. Looks like it's raining again. Once again, thank goodness, because We need it in New Mexico. I've been tired of it being super freaking hot all the time. Okay, are we ready for values here? So again, everything is going to handle, like, the positions of all the different accoutrements of the weapon itself. As in the slide and, you know, positions of all the mechanisms, the bolts, the handles, all those things. That's going to be handled with a different component. It's going to be like weapon animation handler. And that's going to be something that will be abstract and then has components inherent from it to set up various behaviors. I'll have like a component that defines how bolt action weapons are animated. And then in that case, it'll just be like, it'll reference the bolt handle and it'll reference the bolt itself. And it'll say, like, first the bolt rotates to this position, and then the bolt. First the bolt handle rotates this position. Actually, I think it will be rotating the bolt. I'd have to go look at how I did Ellie to remember how I did it. That'll be it. It'll say, you know, these bones will rotate to this, and then this bone will be pushed back to this point, and it pushes forward to this point, and then the bolt rotates back into position. And that's going to be how that handles. We'll probably have something set up such that there's poses that it goes to, and it has to lerp between the poses. We might end up doing something like that, potentially. But it'll still need some special settings, because, for example, we could do is, like, a shotgun. When we do a shotgun that has a pump action, or any sort of weapon that has a pump action, something that we want the animation handler to work is shell ejection. And different weapons eject shells at different times. For example, a bolt action or pump action weapon doesn't eject its shell until you work the action. So, but, you know, a semi-automatic weapon or an automatic weapon would be ejecting the shells basically the moment it fires. So in order to control that behavior, that can go into the weapon animator handler. Basically, a lot of the case-by-case basis stuff will go into that. Actually, I have one more thing I want to test. So I did say before that changing the infrastructure of the thing breaks it, but what if... Unpack the prefab. I am curious. What if we take the magazine and then we pull it out? These things really are built different. What do you mean? No way. No way it's that easy. No way it's that easy. No way. That... I've definitely, like, I've done this before and it broke it. Does that work at runtime? Hold on. We pull the magazine out here, and I move it. Jesus Christ. It's Jason Bourne. How is it that I broke the other one, then? I guess maybe just I broke the other one just by the fact that it wasn't able to reference the bones to the right transforms because the hierarchy of the model itself changed. That's probably the only way I could think of, where like it had to regenerate the models, the skinned mesh renderers internal dictionary of bones to transforms. That's the only way I could think of that happening. Interesting. Okay. Oh my gosh, that simplifies so much. You know what that means. You know what that means. Fish. We can just reference the magazine bone. We don't have to hide the magazine. At all. I might still want, maybe, somewhere down the line, I might set something up such that the magazine can change itself depending on whether or not there is rounds in the magazine. Because that's probably a detail that might bother some people when it's not there. Even though I don't really need to do that, right? That's kind of one of those details that would be nice, but also there's gotta be at least a few details that I can skip out on this game just to get it out the door. And modifying magazines depending on their whether or not they have bullets in them. That's one of those things that really isn't necessary, especially because of the fact that, like, when that is relevant, the weapon is too far from the camera for it to matter. Whether or not I actually need to reference the Akimbo magazine bone, I may not, but we could. But I may still need at some point. I may still want some weapons to be able to have a secondary display handler. Specifically, what I'd want to do is have a second magazine for certain animations. And also, I want to be able to drop a magazine, right? Drop a magazine on the floor. That makes sense. I'd have to figure that out. I wonder if it's possible for me to... I might be able to do something runtime. It'll be funky, but doable. The thing is that, like, one important thing is that I obviously don't want, I don't want to have to reinstantiate the entire weapon display handler object prefab to render a second magazine. That seems bad. However, I mean, also, you know what? We could just do that. That's bad, but also we could probably just do that. Another thing that we'll probably want to do Something I might actually set up is that we want a method that just instantly resets the entire weapon display handler. Make sure that the transforms are placed back where they're supposed to be. And then, which does require us to kind of know some things about it, right? Because we want to be able to put the akimbo, for example, if we have the akimbo if we have the main magazine reparented to the character's other hand, what we're going to want to do is, if we need to clean up this object, we need to immediately put it back where it came from. In fact, just in general. Like when we finish a reload, we want to put it back where it came from. I'm interested. So, when Unity deletes objects, delete it from the top down or from the bottom up? So I think one thing I want to do is that have a on destroy on the weapon display handler, where it'll check each of the transforms that it's supposed to be managing, and if that transform is not currently parented to the weapon display handler, it should then delete that object. In theory. Maybe. We may also need, in order to do that, we may actually end up needing to start on the animation handler. So I think the only way I can think of is as soon as we hit play game, this is no longer a prefab. I think, unless there is some data left behind, but I doubt it. And if there isn't a prefab, then that means that we can't figure out, unless we do something very, very cursed. The cursed thing that we would have to do is allow the weapon display handler to reference its own prefab and use that prefab to figure out where the magazine is supposed to be placed relative to its root. Which is technically a thing you can do in Unity. It's cursed as all hell, but it is theoretically doable. Because prefabs are loaded in, and they exist as objects. They're just not in the scene. Because this is the scene, right? Here's the sample scene. It's right here. And then something that actually happens is that when you have objects that are marked as, don't deload when we move scenes, it'll actually, move it into a separate section outside of this sample scene thing. But you can load multiple scenes, too. And I think it's similar to Godot, where Godot, I believe prefabs in Godot are in fact themselves scenes, in and of themselves. And that's kind of how Godot handles it. And I think Unity handles it in a similar way, but it is more strict and specific, prescriptive in how it functions that way. So we could do that. And that's cursed, but it's doable. Very cursed, but it's doable. So you'll have a weapon display handler reference to... Actually, we probably don't need this to be a public serialized field. Or maybe we do, potentially. Prefab self is going to be what we call this variable. That'll allow it to... We'll make that basically a reference to a prefab asset that has a weapon display handler as the base of it. And then... Excuse me. It'll talk to that one. Find the akimbo magazine bone. Find the bone that it's attached to. Oh god, but then it has to do a fucking search through the thing. I don't like that. I do not like that. No, I do not. The only idea actually do as well as figure out. So, funnily enough, it's like when we did the ragdolls for Jack Schmidt, specifically for the animatronics, we had the animatronics head pop off, and then at certain angles it would, like, occlude the head. But that was only because the head was actually still part of the same mesh. And I think the way that Unity handles the skin mesh renderer and handles the bounding box, we shouldn't actually get that problem. Keyword should. So what we can do is, as cursed as it would be, we... Something we could do is have a object pooling thing, which is going to be very stupid, but doable. Have each weapon have its own object pool of dropped magazines. Not a terrible idea, honestly. And honestly, if we are worried about having to, if we're worried about having to instantiate the prefab whenever we want to create another one to have a separate magazine in the player's hand whilst they're reloading, we can actually just instantiate that within the prefab, theoretically. Curious. If I come in here, then I'm going to create prefab variant. Call it weapon model underscore is going to be our naming convention for this, I believe. So you open this up. Can I... I don't think I can, like, duplicate these and have them still be attached, but what I can do... Stupid idea. Absolutely stupid idea. We had a second weapon pistol starter Gamedev. And then we take this transform. That's the magazine. We pull it out. Oh, hang on. We gotta unpack this first. Unpack. Now, of course, this is a thing that can very well break if we modify this weapon. Which is a problem. But... we took the magazine, reparented it to that. Let's have that here. And I'm gonna go ahead and rename these to, Spare Magazine, Transform. And then rename this to Magazine.spare. Now, what happens? There's one concern. So, if you get rid of the root here, I wonder if that's going to end up breaking it. I'm curious. We get rid of you. So you have the starter magazine transform, and then the starter pistol Gamedev magazine spare. But in theory, this is still a skin mesh renderer. And there is a bone. Oh! Yeah. Oh. Really? It's that simple? It's that simple? I don't trust this. I'm curious, hang on. I want to see if this actually does still work. What happens if I re-import you? Re-import weapon pistol start Katon? Despair magazine transform still works. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So. That's insane. These things are really built different, aren't they? Did actually... I closed Unity and reopened it, right? So... and this is still working. Interesting. And worst case scenario, if we do run into some sort of weird edge case with this, we can write some code. Because I know how to unfuck a ragdoll. And by unfuck a ragdoll, I mean just the linked transforms of a skin mesh renderer. And so, if skin mesh renderers really are built different, like we're kind of analyzing here, and we run into some sort of situation, we just have a piece of code that says, hey, fucker, the spare magazine transform is here. And then just fucking attach it there. Wild. Absolutely wild. Except for the fact that the bounding box isn't working. Okay, that's going to be a problem. That will be a problem. Out of curiosity, what if we parent you to you, and then reset the transform? Oh, that's a fucking life hack and a half. That works. And that way we don't have the issue of it, like, occluding itself. And that means we can use this. We can either instantiate this as its own dropped magazine. We can also pull these together. As we kind of set up beforehand, it is a object pool consideration. The thing is that, like, if we do a, like, real object pool, where, because here's the thing. So here's the question. Here's the question, right? We take this weapon. We have an object pool of 4 spare magazines, 3 of which are, like, physics objects. We can drop the magazines on the floor, right? Then we pick up another weapon and drop that current weapon. Currently, the way that works is that the weapon instance is then disabled and then placed onto the dropped weapon. But if we reparent the spare magazine transform out of the model and drop it, then the object will be, so the main weapon model will be disabled, but it will still remember all of the dropped magazines. And what we could do is that the magazine itself will not be disabled because it's no longer in the transform hierarchy of the weapon. So we have a component on the magazine. That magazine component will then say, I have been on the floor for 30 seconds. I'm going to now replace myself inside of the gun and turn myself off. And, like, you know, mark myself as free in the weapon, in the spare magazine pool of the weapon. If the weapon happens to be on the ground, it's now inside of a disabled object and won't do anything else. Congratulations. And that will just work fine. If the weapon gets deleted, we will have a little bit of a problem. And I think in that case, we will just, like, resort to just deleting the object, and that'll be fine. If the weapon model breaks, because we're actually using a prefab variant of the weapon object thing, it'll just break spare magazines. And then at that point, it won't get in the way of anything. And it'll be just like a cosmetic thing that we fix. And it'll be a very easy fix too, because this is all we needed to do, was set this up. So this is... Yes. This will work. So that means we want to set up a pool of dropped magazines. In order to do that, I want to have a component for it. Real quick, I'm going to go ahead and unpin enemy stuff for now. I do want to work on more enemy stuff, but right now I'm inspired to work on weapon stuff. So what I'm going to need, I need to go back to scripts, entities, weapons, and I'm going to make a new script. I'm going to call... What did I just do? I just clicked off of it, honestly. I'm going to call this, spare magazine. I think that's it. Just call it spare magazine. We open the spare magazine. Move to namespace, toaster gun. Then we give it field. I should really turn this into a snippet so that I don't have to type this out every time. Public. Weapon display handler. Owning weapon. Get and private set. Awesome. Now, the other thing that I actually kind of have to consider is whether or not spare magazines will also have material effects applied to them. They probably don't need all of the material effects. Might need at least some of them. So for that, we of course want a render reference. Call it magazine render. We can't necessarily use a cache and get component because it's going to be a child of us, so that it's handles its whatchamacallit correctly. And part of it is the fact that, like, if we get rid of most of the bones, Unity will fail to create whatchamacallits for them. What is it called? Unity will fail to create a bounding box, or be able to actually set up the bounding box. But it still seems to allow us to move the vertex group of the magazine as long as the transform exists. As long as the one transform assigned to those verts exist, the magazine renderer will work. Even though it really shouldn't. That just is not how that should work. Okay, but that's the renderer for magazine render. So that's going to be something that we keep track of because we want to be able to do property blocks on that in order to be able to set up the material stuff. Probably will make it so that like a spent magazine doesn't necessarily have like a dropped magazine probably won't need effects on it. You probably like clear out the stuff on that. Possibly even like revert materials. So that can be like a thing I do later. I might have something where like I'll have a set of materials that are used to do the effects on a weapon, and then a set of materials that are literally just the unlit generic material to kind of reduce how much complexity the dropped magazines have. However, we are going to have one component that we do reference using the cached referencer. Rigid body! What do you... Oh, raged body. What the fuck? As much as I'm not a massive fan of having these guys do this, still makes a lot of sense. And actually, I'm going to start setting up some static variables. I know it's not a great practice, but it's going to be the best way of doing this. So, one variable that I need a static for is float s despawn time. We'll go 30 seconds. We also have another variable called despawn fade time, which will go with 8 seconds. So at the last 8 seconds of the despawn time, it will try and fade itself out. Which, I actually don't know how that's gonna work. Especially because I hate having to handle alpha stuff. Alpha sorting. We might be able to get away with like a dithering effect, maybe. In fact, a dithering effect would actually make a lot of sense for this game. So I might actually consider that. Generally speaking, Unity is better about alpha tests than translucent materials. So you might be able to get away with that. And again, if anything, doing that makes a lot more sense for this game's art style. Dithering effects will make a lot more sense for this game's art style, honestly. But for now, we'll only be using the despawn time. Another static that I needed. Public static int. I think it's an integer that it uses. Display layer. So I'll call it default display layer. And I think it's gonna be 0, I wanna say. A lot of these are probably gonna be layers that I figure out as I actually design the camera systems for these. Also, I need to begin with an S underscore. That's how I do my statics around here. And then I want to do S underscore dropped layer. Actually, another thing is that what we're going to end up doing is, I think for now, what's going to end up happening is these objects will go on to... So it has to set both the root object as well as the renderer object to this layer. Because part of this is physics as well. So, for example, what layers we got? 12 is physics debris. So we actually want to move us onto layer 12 when we are a dropped item. And I probably also have another method that, but actually, I guess these can be constants. I kind of actually want... So, yeah. The layers should be constants. Because those shouldn't change. But the despawn time and fade time, I want that to be something that we could theoretically control with user settings or some other stuff or debug or configuration platform settings type deal we might have. And also, these are going to end up having their own prefab. These spare magazines will have their own prefab. Actually, we don't necessarily have to have them as their own prefab. We can have one spare magazine be established in the weapon, and then when the weapon instantiates, we'll have it on runtime fill out its object pool, essentially. That would be how it would work. That would make a lot of sense. Also, I want to change these. Instead of despawn, we want this to be dropped despawn time and dropped despawn fade time to specify that these are about that. Alright, so let's set up a public void. Oh, you know what else we're gonna need? Is we're gonna need a variable that is... I guess it'll be here. A public bool. Is dropped get and private set. False by default. And then these methods will set this up. And we'll have it such that, you know, whenever the weapon says, I want to drop a magazine, it'll scroll through the list and say which of you guys are not currently dropped, and whichever one is not currently dropped, it can drop that one. And then if everybody is dropped, then it has to pick up the oldest one and re-drop it. That should be the way that we set it up. So we're going to have a method called return. This method will return us to our owning weapon. Probably also disable us. If we put us onto layer 0 default, that means a lot of things are not going to collide with it. But we might also want to set up a layer that is dedicated to weapons, like specifically the rendering of weapons, and that layer should never collide with literally anything. Okay, so And unfortunately, when you set, excuse me. When you set the layer of an object at runtime, Unity does not propagate that down like it does in the editor. We have to propagate it down ourselves. Thankfully, there is only one other object that's going to be parented to this, so that makes that check very easy. So first thing we need to do, we should have our own transform as a reference. We do transform dot parent. I think set parent is actually deprecated. No, it's not. In fact, actually, I think we do need to use set parent. Go own weapon dot transform, because we want to do false on world position stays. That's the big thing we need. You can also do transform dot set local position and rotation. I mean, 0 doesn't suggest us anything. Vector 3, 0. That's what I wanted. And then Quaternion identity. See, it let me do it for Quaternion identity. It didn't let me do it for fucking Vector 3, 0. Annoying. Yo, set us to that. Reference our own game object to set layer. To K default display layer. We'll also need to set magazine render dot game object layer like that. Reset is dropped. Change our rigid body to kinematic. Probably want to go ahead and disable our renderer too. Which is easy, we just do dot enabled. Don't need to do anything fancy with the game object setting active. We'll just do that. Another thing we actually do want to set up, so we've got the public bool is dropped. We'll set up another variable that can be referenced externally, and that's going to be float drop time. -1 by default. Yes, cool. Should be all we need for that. So I'm gonna go ahead and pin this. And also set drop time here. So -1, reset that, just in case. So I'm trying to think. So, say for example, we want to do a reload where we palm the second magazine. Oh, like a pistol. That's like the most likely situation is that we're palming the magazine of a pistol. The big thing is trying to figure out how we swap that out. It's likely the way that we're handling that is that moving the transform of the main weapon's magazine around. Because we have to, like, reparent the magazines to the character's hands. Also, another thing that we probably are going to need on this is, we'll probably need some variables to set the, like, relative position of this magazine whenever it's being handled by the player, by the character. Also, you know what's going to end up being interesting is that we probably actually do... I want to actually set up NPCs that have to reload, and so they're going to need to drop magazines. But I don't think I want to reuse this component for it, which means that we probably want to rename this. Or just have another object that's like enemy spare magazine. Nah, I think we want to call it this weapon spare magazine. I think we're going to do this. So, rename weapon spare magazine. Apply. And that way we can have, actor spare magazine is the one that doesn't have an owning weapon. It'd probably literally just be a rigid body that is handled as like a... Hell, we don't even need it as a... Do we need components for that? We could have it such that rather than each component handling it itself... Oh, you know what? Nah, because we want... So if we leave the room, we still want those objects to despawn naturally. And if they're tied to enemy stuff, we might be disabling. Actually, no, we might not be disabling her. We only disable the enemy's AI when we leave rooms. I think everything else on the enemy actually stays active. That's why whenever we're like playing the game, you can see the enemies in the other room. Which actually, we do need to change that. What's going to end up happening is before you go into a room, there's going to be like a, basically a black cover placed over that room so that the camera can't see inside. That actually just put like straight up just a box, right? Just a black box that gets put around it. That's the easiest way of setting it up. Or maybe several black boxes. We may, in fact, need several black boxes around it, depending on the shape of the room. We can, like, generate those, potentially, at runtime. Or as part of the room templates. That's probably how we end up doing it. Yeah, there's a way for me to do that, for sure. In a way that it's, like, generated dynamically. We can even do, like... We don't even need, like, a model for it or anything. We can just have a generic mesh renderer with no reference to mesh. And we just create 6 polygons. Technically 12. Because it's, tries. but each try is going to be on a side of the square. And you just generate that, you just say, like, you know, oh, here's point 1, here's point 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the material is just going to be, you know, black. Unlit generic black. And that'll work. Yes, it's going to be weird for GPU instancing of the mesh. Comma, however. And batching will be weird too. Comma, however. It's 12 tries. It's 12 tries. We'll be fine. With a material that is pitch black and has literally just a singular value albedo. I think the GPU will render that just fine. Keyword think. Right, what else are we doing here? I am getting distracted, I think. Need a public void. Start with a drop. Specify a position. Specify a rotation. Think that's it for now. And what we do is, first of all, transform, set parent to null, and false for world position stays. We'll then set transform set position in rotation. Just technically speaking, we could use local position rotation for that, but we're not. It's going to be basically the inverse of everything we're doing here. It is basically just going to be the inverse of everything here. Drop time will instead be time dot time dot time basically is dropped to true. Enable the renderer. Go to dropped layer on both of these. We set the rigid body kinematicness to false. Yeah. Should be good to go. This is all well and good, but we do still need the magazine to do something, which is we will run an update loop. Technically speaking, a coroutine would also be coroutine. would be smarter. So then it doesn't have to run an update loop. If we're making these magazines as performant as possible, then this really makes sense. So we'll create a coroutine for that then. We will probably still want to make sure that we have a reference private coroutine drop despawn coroutine. So we call this running drop despawn coroutine. Which I think we need to do null for now. It is a class. Awesome. That what we can do is if running drop despawn coroutine, which unfortunately isn't a Unity object, which means that we do need to check does not equal null. We don't immediately have a stop, so I guess we need like stop coroutine. Yes. Oops. Go ahead and add braces. Let's actually have a method for this real quick. Private void stop despawn coroutine, which just does this. Awesome. That way we can do stop despawn coroutine, and then we'll do start despawn coroutine. We'll actually make that its own method too. In fact, actually, I could probably put stop in there. We'll have it run stop despawn coroutine first to make sure that it is cleared out, and then we do running drop despawn coroutine equals start coroutine, which will return a thing, but we will need a method for it. So first off, I'm gonna I can't believe it. I fucked it up. Wouldn't let me go back to spare magazine. I'm gonna move that up there. Move the public methods up top. Alright, so then, private enumerator despawn coroutine. Interesting. It's IA enumerator for a coroutine, right? I think it is. I think I did say that earlier. Turn the fan it's actually bothering me. It is not actually warm enough for the fan to be helping all that much. And it is actually just blowing cold air onto my arm, which has been bothering me. Alright, so an item enumerator will probably be a better way of setting this up. And the way you're going to do this is a yield, return, new, wait for seconds, time will be drop despawn time minus drop despawn fade time, because we wanted to actually start fading out. Once it gets to here, this is where we do while time.time you still need this value like kept, so we're actually going to need to establish it here. Float time left equals s drop despawn time minus time.time minus where's drop time? How was I not seeing that in my IntelliSense earlier, or I'll complete earlier? It's annoying. Let's set this to while time left is greater than 0. We'll set it again. We'll do fade out material as a to-do, and then a yield turn new wait for end of frame. So then I'm going to do that there, reset that to go back to the loop, and then when time left is equal to or less than 0, that is going to be when we do destroy our game object. Actually, no, I'm stupid. We don't do that. Instead, we do return. In fact, I want to rename that just because it is confusing with the actual keyword return. We'll rename it return to weapon. Which in theory is going to cause this coroutine to stop in the middle of it. Which might be a little funky. But we'll see. Should work fine. That way we don't have to have an update, but we will have coroutines. The real question is whether or not that means that the object will get an enable flag or not. It's an interesting question. Alright. Should be good to go. So go back up to here, and then... something else is that what we're going to end up doing is we'll probably have... I probably will actually just straight up, there will just be a variable. Let's actually do some like variables at the top here. A bool is akimbo. We need that real quick. Default to false. Which does basically tell us what we need to do here. Another thing that we're going to want to do is we need, as much as I said before that, wow, I don't want to be doing this, but it does make sense for us to do a public static int dropped magazine count. So it's the s underscore drop magazine count per weapon. We're going to do 3. Now, if it's akimbo, that means that we actually want to establish 4 of these guys. Or, sorry, if it's akimbo, then that means that we're going to add 2 to this value to get how many instantiations we need in the pool. So again, we could, you know, we'll have like the original be part of the pool, potentially. Maybe. Or probably not. Regardless. Oh, you know what else I would like to have on Spare Magazine, actually? We'd like to have some extra stuff on this. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna have an overload for this public void. Drop. It's going to have these values. Then it's also going to have vector 3 velocity. And also vector 3 rotational velocity. Which you can't put that there, we'll just have to have that. And actually just have another overload. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Technically have multiple overloads, but it makes sense because we can't have, we can't use default values for vectors. We'll do drop with position and rotation. And then what we do is rigid body. I guess linear velocity. Just like that. We'll have another one that will be vector 3 angular velocity. Then we're calling the one that just has that, and we do angular velocity equals angular velocity. Wow. And then at that point, that means that magazine drops will probably end up being handled by the animator handler object thingamadingy. Alright. What is going to be interesting to figure out is shell ejections. Now, shell ejections probably don't need to be nearly as involved as the spare magazines, because we don't need shells to be animated. Or at least we don't need like their objects to be an animated object of some sort. But we are going to need to kind of figure out allowing the character model to manipulate a shell object, because, for example, let's say that we're doing a flare gun, shitty flare gun, right? And each of the flares are going to be handled kind of like shotgun shells, essentially. In fact, that's actually basically going to be the joke. Actually, no. There's going to be a flare gun. There's also going to be the hardened flare gun. The hardened flare gun is going to be the one that actually uses shotgun shells, whereas the flare gun is going to actually use flares. And the idea behind it would be, when the character reloads, they want to, you know, flip down the breech of the barrel, basically, actually. Break the action of the flare gun, remove the shell from it, put a new shell in. That's going to be the important part. In fact, that might actually just be handled kind of like a magazine. Might consider that. Let me just say that in that case, the like shell being loaded will be a magazine, but then the shell being ejected will be a shell. Because the thing is that one thing the shell does not need to do, it does not need special materials. It does not need to know what weapon it belongs to. It does not need to know exact positions that it needs to return to. It doesn't need to return to anything other than a central shell manager. Because the idea here is that I'm considering how to set this up in a way that we can do object pooling. What it will need is it will need to set its material and mesh. And that's going to be the complicated part. But we might be able to figure something out. Generally speaking, shells do not need skinned mesh renders. They should just need a mesh renderer. that is just parented to it, on the same object even. This might... It's probably actually fine if what we end up doing is mesh renderer, one mesh, one material. We have a template in the weapon display handler of what the shell should look like. That's stored on the weapon display handler. Therefore, the weapon display handler ends up, instancing the mesh and material on the GPU. And then we instantiate the shell object, and we set the shell's mesh and material. That might work. Standard Purple Felix. We're doing weapon design stuff, or not weapon design stuff, but weapon display stuff. Essentially, the system that I'm trying to work on right now, and also at the same time consider how I'm doing another system, is as I explained before, the way that I want weapons to work is that we're creating a component where this object is attached to the weapon behavior controller object itself, as well as the weapon's item form, as well as displaying the weapon in shops, as well as the upgrade animation, as well as in the bestiary, maybe. Bestiary is technically gonna be, or it probably won't be called bestiary or bestiary. It might just do archive or something like that. What I do think is that the archive is actually going to be on an arcade cabinet that's running a reference to Toaster Crash. Obviously, it won't be running directly Toaster Crash because there's all sorts of materials in there that don't belong to me. But basically, what I'm trying to do right now is I want to set up something such that it can has an object pool for dropped magazines. Is kind of what I'm trying to set up. And each weapon is going to have its own dropped magazine pool. Is going to be kind of how it's going to set up. And I was considering how I wanted to do shells as well. For ejecting shells whenever a gun fires. And I was thinking it probably would actually make sense for us to also, if we are going to end up reusing the magazine system for loading shells into a break action weapon, then what we'll probably end up doing is have another boolean in here. Is magazine a shell? And if is magazine a shell is true, what we'll end up doing is when we go to make our dropped magazine pool, we just won't make any more. We'll make one singular one that's used just to put a spare magazine in the player's hand, which actually is what it is. It's weapon spare magazine is the new component that we're adding. So this one will handle both placing a secondary magazine into the player's hands whenever they're doing a reload animation, as well as dropping magazines on the ground. So I found out that Unity mesh renderers are just fucking built different. This is a skinned mesh renderer. Sorry, skinned mesh renderers are just fucking built different. This is a skinned mesh renderer, and we've saved one singular transform that was assigned to this skinned mesh renderer, and it still fucking works. I've restarted Unity. I've instantiated this prefab multiple times, and it just works. It just works. So I'm gonna place it there for now. So we'll disable it for now. It is shocking how well it just says, fuck you. I'm going to work anyways. And that kind of frees up some stuff for us to be able to do. But again, for the shells, I don't need to worry about the various issues of trying to put a skin mesh renderer on that, or trying to separate out a skin mesh renderer from its bones. And by the way, again, that's also something that's kind of considered here, is that you'll notice that this is specifically just a mesh renderer for the magazine. Oh, Yami's back. Yeah. I was in fact doing that.
Enumerating their coroutines.
Well, it's the coroutines that are enumerating, actually. Because the coroutines are enumerators. Okay. But yeah, so you'll notice that we have a mesh specifically for the gun, and then we also have a mesh specifically for the magazine. Revert these so that it's not bugging me. Start playing Monster Train 2, it's pretty fun. Cool. And then so that way, when we're creating our spare magazines and our dropped magazines, it's kind of localized just to the magazine part of the mesh. Yeah, I'm currently trying to decide whether we want the prefab itself to be part of the pool or not. And technically speaking, because we don't ever need to adjust the pool after we're done, it's probably fine to do that. Keyword probably. So, for that, we do want to make sure we do weapon spare magazine. Spare magazine prefab. And actually, this doesn't necessarily need to be a public yet, I think. Supposed to play some TF2 the other day. I missed that game. You missed that game. It's still there. It's still playable. In fact, by still playable, I mean they did actually, like, clear out the bots pretty decently. We got, like, one bot when we played, when I played with Ia last week, I don't think we even got bots. But I do think, like, the week before, I had played Team Fortress 2 on stream, and we got a singular bot that was Sniper, that walked into a wall doing jack all for like 20 or 30 seconds that it existed. Blasting racist music. Just dog shit racist music, by the way. Racists just cannot make music. Blasting dog shit racist music and then just getting kicked after 10 seconds. And that was fucking it. That was the one singular bot that we got. Again, it did not even manage to get a kill. It just walked into a wall. Okay, but here's the idea. Keep the pop static cube down there. And I want to do public list weapon spare magazines. Or do we? I might actually have it be an array of weapon spare magazines. We don't need this to be modified afterwards. Oh yeah, you know what else we need to do, actually? Hang on. We need to go back into here. Our return to weapon method. We need to check if owning weapon exists. If owning weapons stop existing, then we just need to destroy game object and return. So if our owning weapon gets deleted, then when we despawn, we'll just delete the object. That's gonna be how we set that up. Okay, and then weapon spare magazine, spare magazine pool. It's gonna be what we call this. It is a get private set. And then I'm going to have a method for now. I'm just gonna make it a private variable, a private method that is void create spare magazine. Actually, let's call it create spare magazines. Must be null at first. By the way, quick question. Yeah, okay. Owning weapons serialized. That's the important thing. Good, good, good. Oops. Spare magazine pool does not equal null. We want to return. Actually, we're gonna do, if it's not null, if it's equal to null, then we'll short circuit this statement. So we're gonna add another check. First, we need to check if the length is greater than 0. So the check, so if the length is less than or equal to 0, then we'll continue on with it. But if it is greater than or equal to 0, we want to actually check if spare magazine pool 0 is a valid object. And because this is a Unity reference, it just goes. So if the first object is valid, then return. Otherwise, if the first object is valid, we will assume that something has gone wrong and reinstantiate the spare magazine pool. In theory, that's going to be how that works. And the way that this will be done int number equals just set this as int number. Actually, we'll do int number equals 1. If is magazine a shell is true, actually. If is magazine a shell is true, Actually, no, we want if it's false. Plus equals S dropped magazine count per weapon. The way this works is, weapons that use their magazine, use their spare magazines for a breach load animation do not need a magazine pool for dropped mags because it doesn't have mags, ... You know, another thing that's going to be interesting is figuring out how a clip-loaded weapon is going to work. How are we going to reload the Garand? That's going to be the real question. Thing is that the only... I think... we probably do want to put an M1 Garand in there, right? A real M1 Garand. We do also have a weapon that's more of a reference to the M1000 Classic from DRG. That weapon will just always ping and eject the on-block clip when you reload. Which isn't very realistic, but it's whatever, it's a space gun. But I think we do actually want to have a real M1 Garand in there as well. That one's going to be tricky to implement. Excuse me. Something else we'll probably end up doing is, for example, with a revolver. I think in general we're just going to make all revolvers use a speed loader regardless because fuck you. And unless we do an SAA, we probably do want to do a single action revolver. And for that, with the single action revolver, I don't know how we're actually going to do that. But with the revolvers where we can just do a speed load, so the animator is going to eject 6 shells, or however many shells it needs to, from the chamber. And then the spare mags will actually be speed loaders. We will still have a renderer that can be disabled. That renderer will be for the shells present in the chamber. Or, again, at the distance that the revolver will be rendered at, we probably could also just get away with not drawing the shells in the chamber anyways. So we could also do that. And then it'll just be like, you know, the shells would just magically appear. And then the speed loader without the bullets can then just be a shell. Ejected shell. So yeah, so we use is magazine a shell. Because magazines aren't going to be set up in a way that allows us to set whether or not the magazine has bullets in it, that means that generally speaking, the speed loaders will be handled as is magazine a shell, and then the empty speed loader itself will be a separate shell type, which will be interesting to set up, but it'll be doable. The other thing is going to be is akimbo. Akimbo weapons need a second spare mag. This one is going to be specifically if is akimbo number. We can do ++ actually. Just one. And then with that being said, all we do is spare magazine pool equals a new array of weapon spare magazines with the size being number. And then do for I equals, we're actually gonna set I to 1 at first. Have us go to number, because the first variable in there is going to be our spare magazine, or real spare magazine. Not the real spare magazine, but the spare magazine prefab. We're going to move that back onto it. Start at I equals 1. Do spare magazine pool index I equals something which we're actually going to do maginst. It's going to complain that it's not set here, but that's fine because we're going to set it. Main thing we need to do here is after we instantiate it, spare magazine prefab. We're going to do two things. Actually, we can do one thing now that I think about it. We need to make sure that maginst or that the spare magazine prefab needs to have the owning weapon display handler set. We need to make sure of that. In fact, something we can actually do is just have an error here. Spare magazine prefab is not valid. Do return. Actually, the thing is that the previous, or not the previous, create spare magazines is likely going to be ran whenever we want to access the spare magazine pool. So if we run this and then this isn't able to fill it out because the spare magazine prefab is gone, it's just going to cause an exception anyways. So we might as well catch the exception here instead. Not the catch the exception, but, you know, throw the exception specifically. Missing reference exception. Yeah, we call that here. Here, welcome back, the Phantom. Come here. There's a Morgie. Which Morgie was that? Good Morgie.
Tactical repositioning requested.
I untrim.
Reminder to maintain hydration
And I
levels.
sip longer. Alright. That should work. That way we'll also not try to initialize spare magazine pool if we aren't missing that prefab. So I'll set up the spares. And then we're going to set, or take our spare magazine prefab and just make it the first value. And yes, the spare magazine prefab is not going to be a Unity prefab asset, it will just be part of the weapon display object prefab, rather than its own prefab. I think that's going to be how we end up setting it up, and that'll be fine. Because we are doing this as a object pooling method, then it's fine for us to do it this way. Another thing you'll probably want to do is a method called return spare magazines. You know, we could do that whenever we need to, like, put the weapon away or holstering it. Or, no, we need, like, a method that specifically, like, only returns non-dropped spare magazines. Okay. But yeah, that should work. Return will disable the render automatically. So that's a good thing. So we'll make it return all of them whenever we swap weapons. But only return the ones that aren't dropped, essentially. I think we will do, if it's like a breach load weapon, but it has like multiple shells, we will just do it the lazy way, and it will reload each shell, or both, theoretically 2, but maybe potentially 3. It's just reload all of them statically together. You know, Doom reload it, essentially. Doom Super Shotgun. And then basically what we want to do is spare magazine pool 0. We set that to spare magazine prefab, and then spare magazine prefab, return the weapon. I also want to do like a soft to do. Check to make sure the magazine belongs to this weapon and is not a prefab elsewhere. Cool. We are also going to need to adapt the item equipable weapon such that it can pull the existing display handler from the equipable weapon when it's dropped, but it'll also need to like delete its own weapon display handler if the weapon is generated on pickup. Probably have to do something like that. That's likely what we're going to end up doing. Let's do turn pool size here. Create the pool. Or what's the, when you fill something out? Populate. Well, actually, we do create and populate. There we go. Ugh. We'll do a public void. Turn all magazines. We'll actually have a bool. Ignore dropped. So I'm actually going to do a quick summary on this so that I can set this up. When set to true, magazines that are dropped on, I should say currently, dropped on the ground are not turned to the weapon. Use this when the weapon is changing states but not being discarded, i.e. when holstering hiding all associated spare magazines. Objects. Here we're just going to do a for each. Open spare magazine. Spare magazine in. No. Spare magazine pool. There we go. For each one in there. If ignore dropped and spare magazine is dropped, continue. That's too good. Anything. Return to weapon. That should be it. Okay. That's a public. Probably actually want to make sure. Create spare magazines is set here, just in case. Actually, we can move this next to it instead. Okay. Another thing I might be doing is going to have a value that is, we'll make it a public accessible value. It's going to be a vector 3 and position offset. I won't do a rotation because we'll assume that the rotation's always going to be the same for each magazine. We will assume. We'll have a public void place in and transform target. Also have a int layer. Trying to do default display layer. There we go. Which it's a const, so we can actually use that as a thing here. This is where we do, once again, do transform set parent and do target. And then we set local position and rotation, which we do and position offset, and then quaternion identity, again, assuming that we are rotated in the right direction. We do game object layer equals layer, as well as mag render game object layer. Enable our magazine render. Sinuses are acting up a little bit. We also do want to do resetter is dropped. Stop despawn coroutine. We may also need to set it up such that when we stop the despawn coroutine, we probably want to do reset the fade animation. Even though we don't have that implemented yet, but we probably will when we set that up. Alright. That's gonna be what stop despawn coroutine does. Probably also want to make sure rigid body is set up to be kinematic. We might need some methods for that so that we can keep that nicer, but for now it's fine. Okay, that should be all we need for that. Oof. Oh, God. Should be good to go. Alright. She'll use the weapon animation handler to do that. Maybe something the animation handler will have to do with it. But what I will need is a drop spare magazine. Because that's just a thing that we'll definitely need. Actually have it return weapons spare magazine in case I want to do other things with it. Fact. Let's do select spare magazine to drop as a method. First of all, if his magazine shell is true, we return null. We'll do weapon spare magazine oldest equals null. Here's what we do. We do int reserved equals is akimbo to 1. And then we do a for loop. We start the for loop at reserved though. So that way we skip the first magazine if it's not akimbo. We skip the first and second magazine if it is akimbo, because the first 2 magazines will be reserved. So on and so forth. Length being spare magazine pool dot length. There we go. I have to remember that spare magazine pool is a public. It's publicly accessible, but it's a private set. We do also want to run create spare magazines. Let's also do spare as a variable here. So we'll establish that there. Set spare, come on, keep hitting backspace there. Set spare to spare magazine pool index I. If spare is not currently dropped, you'll immediately return spare. Otherwise, we will first check if oldest equals spare. Else, we'll instead set oldest to the result of this. Just spare. Actually, we don't want to just set it. Instead, we'll do an else if. But what we'll actually do is if oldest or hold on. Is drop time accessible? Drop time is accessible. Cool. The spirit of drop time is less than oldest drop time. And we will set oldest to spare. Easy. If oldest is null, then we'll automatically set oldest to spare. However, if oldest is not null, we will compare the oldest's drop time to this spare's drop time. And then we return oldest. That's the way we do it. That's like spare magazine drop. With that, we then should be able, in theory, the way that I want this to work is we do public void. Actually, we'll have it also do this. Spare magazine. Drop magazine. Vector 3. Position. Quaternion rotation. This will then return Actually, I'm not sure if this will work the way I want it to. I think the method is just going to return void. And I think if we try to use that as the return value for drop magazine, it won't get the weapon spare magazine. So unfortunately, I think we have to do this. You select spare magazine to drop. If mag is invalid, return null. Otherwise we do mag.drop, position, rotation, turn, mag. And then we just duplicate this. I hate having to do this copy paste shit, but it's kind of the best way to do this. Vector 3. Velocity. Similarly, we do that and angular velocity. And angular velocity. Cool. Those are our convenience methods for dropping the magazine. Technically speaking, you could also have a method that uses the main magazine bone to set the drop. Probably not. For now. Maybe. Because I could have, like, the very first variable could be a boolean of whether or not we're targeting the akimbo mag or not. But, There should be other things that we need to do there. Side handles are spare magazines. Again, what we'll probably do is when we holster, we're going to call return all magazines on this. Another thing we want to do So the very first thing that actually is very relevant to what is currently implemented in the game. Public void. Set visible. Pool is visible. I might also have a variable here. I would actually default to true. And I won't do any of the nice saving stuff for now, because it's probably not a huge deal. The main thing we need to do is actually do if not is visible. We can actually go ahead and throw return all magazines here. With the true variable. Might actually have some other things we're gonna do there. But for now, that's what we need. And then we might even need like a variable tracking whether or not we have a magazine renderer. Maybe. So main weapon render enabled, set to is visible. Here we do. We'll actually have a if is akimbo as a thing. Actually, do cheat here. Do add braces. Akimbo weapon render enabled is visible. If akimbo magazine render dot enabled is visible. Magazine render enabled is visible. I think instead of using is akimbo to see how many spares are, you know, reserved, I think instead we just have int reserve. By default, it's 1. I think what we're gonna end up doing is just like if we do want to palm, just so that we don't have to handle... Well, actually... We'll keep it like this. We'll keep it like this. And then, reserved... Actually do... There we go. Reserved magazines. In there. And then we actually also need this in Create Spare Magazines, where we do... In fact, you know what? We don't even need that one. All we need is, Reserved Magazines. There we go. Also, I need to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna run an ad break. Might actually be wrapping up soon, potentially. I've still got some energy in me at least, and I'm still, you know, knee-deep in the functionality we're writing. So we'll see when I get back how long I've got left. So we'll stand by and I'll go to the bathroom. Actually, I did start late today, so I probably am gonna wrap up when I get back, just because I have started late. I'm almost at 4 hours. I might try and wrap up a couple of extra things and then immediately try and just get out of here because it is late. Alright, be right back to the bathroom. Okay. Let's try and wrap some things up here. Yeah, the big thing is set visible is one big thing I wanted to set up. It does mostly just need to do these for renderers. I think I am going to need to set up at least the baseline abstract class for the weapon animator. It will be an abstract class for now. And central method that we're going to need, public abstract. Actually, no, we'll make this a virtual void. Turn magazine the main thing we need to do. And then what we need to do is probably use one of these kinds of things. Oh, that's right, we should probably pin this. I'm gonna do a transform magazine transform. Actually have a private transform magazine default parent. But I might actually make this a serialized field. Just in case. And also a vector3 magazine default offset. I don't think you can serialize a quaternion is the problem. Unless you can. Technically speaking, a quaternion is just a four, it's just a four-dimensional vector, technically speaking. I still don't think it'll necessarily let it go. It's in theory, I could set it. I could just have a button that sets the default rotation. But also, generally speaking, we come over here. Unity, please. Thank you. Okay, yeah, that is a different rotation. So we'll probably still need that. We need like a 15 different buttons that'll be useful for this. But it's okay. Actually, I think the magazine default parent will also be set as a public access or the backing field. Generally speaking, the way that return magazine is going to work is magazine transform dot set parent to magazine default parent, and then immediately after, we don't need the world position stays because we actually want to do. Actually, no, we'll do world position stays just in case. Because I know that world position stays, from experience with working with UI stuff, will sometimes screw with the scaling of it. Magazine transform. Set local position and rotation. Magazine default offset, and then magazine default rotation. Probably gonna do quaternion Euler from that. Once again, not amazingly ideal, but it'll be fine. We do also want to make sure that the magazine renderer is enabled. Although that's probably going to be handled through weapon display handler. It's going to be set very simply. I still need the check. Make sure that it's valid. We'll add another one for the Akimbo magazine. Oh, but you know what? So we'd probably, because weapon display handler is handling akimbos as well. It'll be fine. We'll have Akimbo weapon animator itself will probably have a separate set of things that should be fine. We do need... We'll actually use a component reference to weapon display handler. Except I can't because I forgot to move this to namespace. Whoops. There we go. Now we should be able to. Weapon display handler. This handler. This handler. Set magazine visible. True. Probably have all sorts of other convenience functions potentially to allow to just trigger things through the display handler. Have that kind of abstracted out so that we don't have to deal with it. Go back to weapon display handler. It does mean that we need... We'll actually have this as a serialized private variable. Call this weapon animator. We don't want to confuse it with Unity's animator. Now, weapon animator, turn magazine. Probably actually want this such that if magazine transform is null, then return. Well, it doesn't mean we actually need to do that, like, first. Before we then go, doing this, we're at the set magazine visible. But actually, we can simplify this. Set magazine visible is visible. And also the same thing here. Set Kimbo magazine visible is visible. There we go. Easy peasy. So that'll also handle the if statement there. Alright. What else is it that I needed for this? Yeah, weapon animations are probably going to be in a different component. Material display effects, muzzle points. We want muzzle points. Oh yeah, we've got main muzzle point, akimbo muzzle point, which we'll want to make sure that we transfer the weapons thingy to that. Let's see how that's currently done. Yes, we have a reference of the muzzle here. Let's use this. Oh, there's actually this one. Click. Okay. Okay. So what we need is... So the first thing is that equipable weapon needs a reference to the weapon display handler that's been assigned to us. Which does also mean that if we ever want to, as gamed object disable and holster, this is going to get replaced. But that also, it also means that, like, if we need to reference anything that's on that weapon inside of that weapon's model, we need to then abstract that through weapon display handler instead. And I think it's looking like, I mean, might need to go look at base weapon behavior. Let's look at this. Equipable reference, a weapon info reference, player status reference, and something else. Let's look at weapon behavior generic ballistic. This is a serialized projectile prefab. These are all configuration values, the audio resources and asset. Cool. So those are, in fact, the only things we would have to abstract through weapon display handler. So. Here's a funny idea. I don't know if it's funny, really. But here's the thing. This means that an equipable weapon instance... So when we create an equipable weapon prefab, should that prefab, is the question, should that prefab have the display handler prefab attached by default? Or should we have the weapon instantiate that itself, but then that means that the weapon, as set in the prefabs here, then that means that it won't display the weapon. Ooh, it'll be ghost. I guess so. It's an interesting concept, but I will probably want to cut things there. Let's go ahead and throw a checklist here so I can wrap things up later. Alright, so we want to figure out all the things that we haven't done yet. We want to abstract muzzle point through weapon display handler. Reference. Oh, what else? Oh, my model. We need to decide if weapon prefabs get one for free. Override a weapons display with a new display. Will be the method there. Copy weapons display to item. Will be the next thing to do. We do still need set and apply default positions for item and hold states. Actually call set and apply default root positions. Because the animators are going to handle the specific animation of the different pieces. This is specifically for the root positions of the weapons that would be placed into the player's hands. But in this case, it is not. Place akimbo side weapon into off hand, and also return akimbo side weapon from off hand. Those are things that we need. Designate muzzle transforms kind of something we're already working on. Candle changing display layer of meshes. I think we kind of already did that. We sure did. It's kind of. Not really. Actually, I might still need to do that. In fact, I will actually go ahead and set up a method for method to set all renderers to a layer for shop or upgrade display. That'll be what we need for that. Particle effects on just legendary hop up. And for that, those are kind of visuals though. What we also need to do is fully abstract weapon drop item to use new component. Remove whatchamacallums? Variants. As such, the other thing that we're going to need is, obviously, we also need to add weapon display prefabs to weapon infos. It's called the side of weapon behavior prefabs. Get one. I'm gonna call this checklist main component. Actually, I won't. I think the animator component is just gonna get its own Trello card. We want to do that. Then that will do that. We want to do remove variants and refactor spawn code. So that means that essentially what's going to end up... a lot of that should be kind of straightforward. It's just... we take the central prefab of the dropped item, the dropped weapon, add that as a reference in the spawn manager, and then when the spawn manager says spawn weapon, using weapon info, it will create an instance of that thing, set its info, and then also instantiate the display prefab thing used on that. That's the general idea. Wait, what? I thought I turned cheese on. I thought I turned cheese on. What the fuck? Where is my cheese? Oh well. Maybe I just thought that I needed the help with, I probably thought I needed the help with focusing today because of how brain farted I am. Yes, we have a system on it that will drop a magazine, and all of that system should be working, but in order to actually properly test it, that's a good Morgie. In order to be able to actually test it, I need to actually get a animator done, is the thing. And that needs to be its own card. Weapon animator. Should I call actually weapon animator component? And there's various things I'm going to need. Again, the thing is that the way the weapon animator component is supposed to work is that it's still going to get controlled by another animation. Specifically, it'll be controlled by the character's animation, but the character's animation will call specific functions on it to procedurally animate it. That should be the way that works. But we're actually going to do checklist item of I don't actually know. In fact, something I will need to figure out, because certain characters are going to have different animation sets for different animations for different weapon sets or weapon like configurations. The idea being, like, for example, brain fart. Oh, you know what? Actually, easy example. So if Olivia and I are going to do an assault rifle reload, like a basic AR-15 based assault rifle reload, Olivia and I, our animations are just going to be us dropping out the mag just by hitting the mag release, plopping a new one in, and then charging it. Amy, on the other hand, will wick flick. He will wick flick it. The thing is that means that the magazine is going to have different values for its velocity when being ejected, depending on which character it is. So that I will have to figure out. That I will need to figure out. And I think the big thing... So actually, with the magazine, that's probably fine. And I think a lot of it is just going to be, we'll have to kind of abstract out things. I think what's going to end up happening, I think what I'm kind of thinking of is probably going to be sufficient for this. Where we'll just have a set of methods. For example, we'll have a method that is, a method that is like slide back, right? That's going to be for a pistol. And then slide back will have a parameter of time. And then a character can define how fast the slide needs to move back in their animation data. And that will probably end up being how it does. It'll just call that method with that value, and the object will handle that. That'll end up being how we do it. But we are actually going to need some generic things. We'll need a method that will set a pose. Which actually, some weapons will need a separate pose, but I actually have like hang on. Let's call this abstract functions. Add item. We want a base pose. And then we want a empty pose. We have an abstract function that will be fire normal, and then we'll also have one that is fire to empty. So these would be methods essentially. They'd be abstract methods that could get called by the weapon behavior onto the weapon animator, and then these can essentially do specific things. So, for example, with a pistol, when we call fire normal, we'll probably have it go, okay, the slide goes back here, and then when the weapon is ready to fire again, we put the slide forward. Fire to empty will be, it'll pull the slide all the way back, and then it'll, lerp to the empty pose, which goes slightly forward. But, stops at the slide stop. However, a bolt-action sniper rifle is actually going to work very differently. Fire normal and fire to empty are both going to do nothing. Period. Dot. Nothing. Zero. Zip. Zilch. Nada. Might even make the functions virtual in that case. But then we will also have a method specific to them that is to do the parts of the animation, specifically the handle up, bolt back, bolt forward, handle down, and those can then be triggered by the animation. So those will have to be kind of dependent on the weapon. But I do think fire normal and fire to empty are, as well as base pose and empty pose, are the 4 abstract functions that are going to be global to all weapon behaviors. We will also have an abstract function to drop magazine which probably could also the drop magazine itself. Well, no, I'm gonna do drop magazine specifically from drop magazine from magazine point. Which actually, because of the fact that weapon display handler itself does actually keep the main magazine bone transform as a reference, we might actually put that into that. And at that point, that means that method gets to be put in the weapon model manager. But it will be a method that would probably be called by the animator, actually. Drop magazine from magazine transform. Which again is going to be one of those annoying things where we have to have 2 overloads depending on if we want to specify our velocity and angular speed. But it'll be fine. So those will be the things that we need. Shell eject is going to be a big thing. Which can be an abstract function. I just want fire normal to be a virtual. So that if we don't need to animate anything on these, then we do that. And we just have those things be empty. I think anything else is probably not super worth writing down. I have a general idea of how everything else is going to be going, and I will just need to figure out where everything goes as I set up code for each of the different guns, as well as get the player animations done. That's gonna be the big thing. What is gonna end up needing to be done is that we need like a player animator component that will then fire. It'll like take in animation events and then communicate those events to the things it needs to do. So, for example, with Annie's thing, in fact, on that, in that case, what we'll do is the weapon animator will, we'll figure something out. Either we'll figure out how to encode the necessary variables into the animation data, or we will figure something else out. We'll see. For now, these are all suitable enough for us to leave things as is. I'm gonna go ahead and get things committed and need to get out of here because I am actually going technically overtime, even though it's only going overtime because of the fact that we started late. And I want to go take a break. Why did this get updated? Why does this keep getting updated in weird spots? Or at weird times? Interesting. I don't know when I changed that. I think I did change that today, though. I think I updated the this font to fix its outlines and padding, but I don't know when I did that. Could have been as part of new weapon design, as far as I know. But none of these other things even touched that kind of stuff. What was I using Akashi for anyways? I do not fucking remember. I think I was actually using it for this fucking slash on the ammo counter, I want to say. I don't think I was using it on anything else. I think part of that is because of the fact that I was having issues with the padding, which I know how to fix that now, but probably want to use it on the damage numbers and replace the crit here, because it'll look better with that. Otherwise this looks really generic. Kind of okay with like the default sans font on the things. Yeah, Sacred Profile XO. How are you doing? Yeah, I do need to be wrapping up though. I need to be wrapping up because I still don't know when I updated this. I am gonna have it as a separate thing here. Yeah, just gonna be update Akashi STM.asset. I don't remember when I fucked with that. And then all of this will be work on weapon display component. And that's gonna be what that is. Push origin. And so far at the moment, that is not a breaking change. However, the next couple of steps that I take are going to be breaking changes, for sure. So that's when we'll have to figure that out. And it also, when I put here... So I did say remove variants and refactor spawn code. I think implied in this is that the weapon infos will lose the drop item prefab. Implied. It's going to say, technically speaking, if we want to have the weapon, well, you might end up having to, instantiate and duplicate the model prefab whenever we do the upgrade animation. Unless we want to really potentially introduce all sorts of weird edge case things by dynamically having to pull it out of the character's hands to show it to the camera and then put it back in the character's hands. So I think in those situations, I probably am going to still have to do instantiate the prefab a second time to display it in the camera. Which I think is going to be the better way to do it anyways. That way we, can still have it show up in the character's hands whilst we're making that animation happen. So yeah, I think that is basically it. Close that. I forgot to save this scene. Oh boy, that means that I have to... Wait, hold please. What is that targeting? I'll never know. Oh, wait. Oh, it's because this thing is here. Hang on. Let's get rid of that. We don't need the weapon model to be there. Yeah, that's what that was. I was gonna keep it there as clean up. Got rid of that thing. We only had that there just to kind of test it and find out more things about how the skin to mesh renderer component is fucking built different. Why did the Akashi SDF asset update again? Just randomly. I'm not even using it for anything. Why did it randomly update again? Why does it do this? I'm going to fucking discard changes. Fuck off. Unity, Text Mesh Pro, Unity, Text Mesh Pro. Fuck you from the bottom of my heart. Okay, well, let's work on wrapping up stream, because I do need to take a break. I need to take a break. I'm hungry, and it's Yuri Day, and I'm not writing Yuri, and that is a crime. And I need to fix that. We're gonna drop in on a friend of ours, so do stick around as you usually do. Gonna do the plugs. Okay, schedule ahead. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I've actually moved Thursday stream to Friday. I might even do that more often, potentially. I'll kind of see. Normally, I tend to avoid doing 3 streams in a row. However, I do think that this sort of setup might work better for me, because then I have my 3 work days kind of compressed together. That might work out a little bit better for me, so I actually get more shit done on Fridays, because I tend to not get a whole lot done on Fridays, partially because Thursday ends up being, you know, a gaming day, and so I'm doing something else, and I don't get back to Gamedev. So possibly squeezing it all together to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday might help me, and we'll see if I'm okay with doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Because that is the schedule ahead. Friday is Deep Rock Galactic, Ecta Drifter, and she's also bringing a friend along for some dwarfing. We will be dwarfing. It's been a while since we've been doing some proper dwarfing, so I am looking forward to it. And then Saturday is, of course, Catgirlcraft SMP. They're not sure yet. We'll see. We'll see. Regardless of if they're not bringing in, then I can always just bring in Code Kid or Fork or whatever. We're talking about stream etiquette. We have etiquette here. We have etiquette here. Come on. Yeah, as I was saying, Catgirlcraft SMP. So it's the create Minecraft modded SMP thing. That's we're doing that on Saturday. We're gonna be laying some track, clearing some space, getting station down, those kinds of things. And then Sunday is, of course, returning to Metal Gear Solid 3. I do still need to make sure that I catch up with where I was when I lost a bunch of progress last stream. Get through Snake being imprisoned, steal my cigarettes back, and all of that. I still need to make sure that we get that done. And then, hopefully, next time, we'll actually know where the fuck we're going. Surely, that's going to, hopefully be better this time around. Hopefully I will be better that time around. But, and then, yeah, that's the week ahead. And then, again, the next time that I do Game Dev stream will be Wednesday. But I do also want to hopefully actually get some real work done on Tuesday as well. And hopefully get some work done tomorrow. So, with all of that out of the way, what else am I missing? I think that's actually it. I think we worked on dropping in a friend of ours. And I think I'm just going to do default raid message because I have been at this for a while. So do raid sub, raid. Actually, if I had slightly more time, I could have done, damn it. If I had slightly more time, I would do a raid message that's like, it's been a rough week past the Yuri. That would be a great message, but it's coming up on 5 hours. I need to get the fuck out of here, and I started late. So, let's see who is on. Who's online? I was gonna do someone following, just because I want to do familiar right now. Misty Bell's doing some blendering. Jura Stella doing old JRPG. Minra doing Minecraft. Not a lot of options today, it seems like. Well... You still need to get the heck out of here, though. So, I guess we dropped in on Mira. Have we rated them one time in the last 30 days? We actually have rated them in 30 days, but I'd say good enough. I'd say good enough. Probably a while ago. I feel like it's been a while since I last raided Minra. We're gonna click that start raid. Get that set up. So, with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. Hope to see you guys next time down the line. Till then, this is Katon, over and